Automotive Magazine with co-hosts Fred Staub and Les Jackson.
Control.
Everything you need to know about new and used cars.
Control.
Industry news. We'll fix or repair your car on the air.
Control.
Fasten your seatbelts and let us take the wheel. Now, your ride is about to begin.
Control.
Because you're on cruise control. Cruise control. Cruise control.
That's right. You are on Cruise Control, and so are we. Welcome to Cruise Control, your on-air automotive magazine. I'm Les Jackson, and the guy about to say hello is Fred Staub. You all know him. You love him. You can't live without him.
I guess so.
Hi there.
Hello, Les.
Hi there, Fred.
Boy,
Well,
a lot going on this week, right?
Oh, man, this has been an incredible week in the car subject, much less the industry. So first things first, we're going to hear from Ford today.
Yeah, Ford reveals the all-electric F-150 Lightning with up to 563 horsepower and a 300-mile range. It's also the most aerodynamic F-150 ever built. We will get the details on this game changer from Chief Engineer Linda Zhang a little later in the show. She'll be by, and she's going to fill us in. I'm excited to hear the behind-the-scenes stories. How about you, Les?
Me too. This is an exciting truck. We've seen some of the video. Can't wait to get in it. But we have other stories, such as how can you navigate through this tough new and used vehicle market? Well, we're going to have some tips from Auto Trader.
Yeah, I have some friends looking to buy a new vehicle, and they're just shocked. And I told them, be ready for some dealer hijinks, right?
I have people that have contacted me, as they always do, with you and me. And I've just said, hold off. If you can wait.
Yeah, well, this person was like, I need a car right away. Mine had some trouble. And I said, it's a bad time to do that. But we're also going to talk tech. Google wants you to avoid heavy braking. Always good to avoid that, right, Les?
Well, of course. Why wouldn't you always do that?
I tell you, the Google Maps apps just get better and better and better. And we'll have a little story a little later on about how some manufacturers now want to charge you for navigation. And it makes me wonder, why would you do that when you can have Android Auto or Apple CarPlay and get the great Google system for free? I don't know. We'll talk about that.
Why would you? Well, if it's in the car.
Yeah. Well, it will be a subscription-based deal, so you would have to pay up to $85 a month for it.
Well, that's crazy.
Yeah, that when you can use the other systems for free, right? So
I'll use a road map before I pay $85.
Do they still make road maps? I don't know.
They do.
They still. Where do you get them? Gas stations?
No.
Do gas stations sell gas anymore? Maybe not.
No, I'm laughing because of the irony there.
Yeah.
You can get them online. I think you can buy them in some drugstores.
Well, when we come back, we're going to get rolling on Cruise Control, your on-air automotive magazine. I'm Fred Staub. He's Les Jackson. We will be right back. Hello, everyone on YouTube and Facebook. We are glad you're along for the ride with us. I'm Fred Staub. He is Les Jackson. We are going to have a great interview in a little bit with Linda Zhang, who is the F-150 Lightning Chief Engineer, the all-electric F-150. Exciting week. Here's a little bit of it being tested, Les. This looks like fun, doesn't it?
Yeah. Actually, I'd love to ride in them when they do that.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty cool. And then here's a little bit of it hooning around, which is pretty cool. We'll tell you about that and more when we come back on Cruise Control Radio. That's the show you're listening to, and we will be right back.
Let's see.
Cruise Control.
And welcome back to Cruise Control, your on-air automotive magazine. I'm Fred Staub. He is Les Jackson. We are glad you are here with us. Don't forget to check us out at cruisecontrolradio.com, where you can find links to Facebook and all our other social media properties. Les, you're a very social guy, aren't you?
I try so hard. But it's okay if people want to yell at me. I do thrive on rejection.
Well, do you think you get rejection if you go to an auto dealer these days because they simply just don't have stuff to sell you?
I think you'll get disappointment.
Yeah. As I was mentioning in the open of the show, I have friends that are looking at a RAV4. And they might be in a little bit of luck there because Toyota has stockpiled chips and they might not have a shortage of vehicles. But they are kind of shocked because they haven't bought a vehicle in a long time, what they cost and what's going to be involved in buying a vehicle. And I kind of forewarned them that this is a kind of a very weird time when it comes to buying vehicles, isn't it?
It's like black market.
Yeah. So Auto Trader has some tips for car shoppers, and if you're heading out to look at a vehicle this weekend, maybe you want to keep these in mind. And their first tip, Les, is if you're undecided on exactly what vehicle to buy, know that the inventory shortage is affecting some makes and models more than others. Do your research, discover cars that aren't too hard to find. That's the key when buying a vehicle. Don't get too locked in on one vehicle, right?
Well, yeah, but again, if the primary thing is if you can just put off buying, do that. If you can't put it off, be willing to accept maybe what you weren't planning to buy.
Yeah. Next tip, if you're a new car shopper, understand that factors affecting the marketplace are current right now, and be prepared and be patient. You might not get the vehicle you want, the color you want, or when you want it. And, you know, it's interesting. They mentioned here used cars and that, but sometimes buying a used car, as we've talked about on Cruise Control, sometimes buying a used car is more expensive than buying the new model, right?
Yeah. These days, for sure.
Yeah. So kind of everything's been upset, consider, this is a good one, consider buying a sedan or a hatchback to increase your chances of getting a deal on a newer car because people just don't want them. And I have a story on that too. A friend of mine was buying a Subaru. She said, well, I'll buy the sedan version of it. I don't need a crossover. The dealer said, don't even bother ordering it. Nobody wants them. So
wow.
So we just don't even bother ordering sedans anymore. And I think this person was leasing it, so they're like, nobody will want it when it comes off lease.
Did the dealer have any?
I don't know that, but they just don't want to mess with sedans anymore. It's just not worth it to them.
So I think we can assume from all this that no matter what you buy, your ability to negotiate is pretty much gone.
I would say so, but my tip is, whatever you do, don't pay over MSRP. I think that is just.
Well,
I just think that is terrible. And I'm sorry. I know all about supply and demand, but I just don't. I don't want to do that. I won't do it.
no, I agree.
And the other tip is, if you're leasing a car right now, consider buying it.
I hadn't thought of that.
Because you have a car.
That's a good idea. And you have a fixed residual value, which is going to be less than it would be now if you were leasing one.
It's kind of like what people say. Oh, well, if house prices are up, you ought to sell your house. Like, yeah, but you got you got to buy another house. So it kind of becomes a wash, right?
Unless you're going to move away from your area.
Yeah. So, well, good tips from Auto Trader. Just know that it's a different ball game out there. I think flexibility is the key, and really, I think sedans are the key. I wonder how many sales of sedans that have been sitting around for a long time have happened because someone comes in and says, hey, look, I need a car. I need my kid needs a car. Somebody needs a car. And what do you got? And, they have all these sedans sitting there brand new and fresh. So I think that's deal time. But we'll see. Tips for the difficult automotive market. When we come back, plenty more on Cruise Control. We're going to talk tech and more. So stay tuned. Les, we have to talk about the chip shortage. Corvette production stopped again, and it is shut down once again. It will resume on June 1st. It was halted on this past Monday. So they're losing, 2 weeks?
Well, 2 weeks, which isn't too bad.
But they've lost a lot of production. I saw one out in the wild for the first time at the grocery store, at the grocery store parking lot, and it was sitting there in the sun. But you don't see too many. I've only seen like 2 or 3. How about yourself?
I've seen, I think, 1.
Yeah.
Just 1.
So they've had some issues with the fact that the chips and things like that, manufacturing, and then this is another problem, but it's not related to chips. They didn't say what it is, but it could be a parts supply issue. So I think they can't get enough V8s, so they're just going to throw a Turbo 4 in there. Maybe no one will notice. What do you think?
You just don't wish this on anybody.
No, and still a lot of people are waiting. I wonder if they fulfilled all the 2020 orders. I guess, and obviously they're into 2021 now, hopefully. Will this delay the Z06, the 600 horsepower version of the Corvette? It could, couldn't it?
It has to.
Yeah. So one of the stories we're watching here at Cruise Control Radio. Don't forget to check us out at cruisecontrolradio.com. Or if you have a topic you'd like us to cover, a car you'd like us to review, a guest you like us to get on, put it down in the comments. We're glad to do that, aren't we, Les?
We are.
Yeah. So, but I'm really looking forward to this interview with Linda Zhang because it just apparently when Jim Farley announced the price of the vehicle, he told everyone it was $49,000, right? Starting.
Yeah.
And there was an audible gasp gasp from the people in the audience. How could they do that? And then it turns out he's like, we were messing with you. It's actually 39 and change. And so there was, I guess, an even bigger gasp. But cool stuff. Hey, we'll be coming back to the live show in just a second, so stay tuned.
Cruise Control.
Welcome back to Cruise Control. Fred and I are still here.
Yep.
At our respective steering wheels.
Yep. That's true.
Well, we can't steer while we're talking on the radio.
No, that's it. It's all given away less when you're on camera.
That's right. People have been asking, where's the Cruise Control van?
Yeah, where is it? We sold
I don't
it. We
know.
made money
I thought, yeah, we could rent it out.
So, yeah, it's like those folks that were renting the U-Haul trucks in Hawaii on their vacation because it was still $20 a day or whatever to rent the truck, and not $700 a day for a used Altima, right?
And of course, I guess that the business for Lyft and Uber has gone way up.
I would imagine so. It's not too many options in town. But let's talk a little tech, shall we?
Alrighty.
If you're like me, more often than not, I use Android Auto or Apple CarPlay, and I'm really a fan of the wireless versions of those because you can set up your route ahead of time on your phone and then just connect it to your car, and there it is on your screen. And then, of course, you know what you're getting. You know how the navigation works. You're familiar with the voice, the navigation voice. But
especially for guys like us who are in different vehicles every week.
Yeah, exactly. So Google Maps has done some improvements, and they are Liz Reed, who is Google's VP of Engineering, said at a Tuesday conference that they are now working with researchers from the Virginia Tech Transportation Institute to have a way to prevent drivers from heavily braking, slamming on their brakes. In other words, they're going to route you around traffic, that stop-and-go traffic that's so annoying to be in. And that is one of the things that they're going to build into the system to avoid you getting into those type of situations. Pretty cool, right?
I like that.
Yeah. Of course, the next step that's coming for navigation is it will get to know you. In other words, and that's why it's important if for guys like us that are in different cars each week, the navigation system and the car itself will get to know you sort of through AI and things like that. And let's say if you don't like going over a certain bridge, even though that's the shorter route, it will steer you away from that. It will say like, hey, I know this way is 5 minutes longer, but you don't like that bridge. Now, that's another benefit for using Android Auto or Apple CarPlay with Google Maps, because that's going to stick with you no matter where you go. Not that we're fairly unique in a sense that we drive something different each week, but it might not be as big a problem for some of the other folks.
And of course, on your phone, a lot of people use the Waze app.
I've tried that. I never was a fan of it. But a lot of people, you're right, a lot of people are big fans of it, and that's what it does. It steers you around situations that will get you stuck, right?
It does. I've only used it a few times. It's been a little ponderous here in Washington, D.C. Maybe it's just the roads. Maybe it isn't tuned, whatever. But I preferred just using the regular nav system.
Well, it's interesting that you talk about that, Les Jackson, because we're going to continue this Talking Tech segment. And you and I have been talking about this a lot on Cruise Control, how automakers want to keep that revenue stream going after the vehicle leaves the dealership. And it used to be the revenue stream was primarily bringing it back for service, which was primarily for the dealer. But now they're changing over to much what has happened with big software, like Adobe software that I use for editing, right? Used to be you buy it once, and then if you want the upgrade, you pay a large fee one time, you get the upgrade, and then when the next one comes out, you decide if you want it or not. Now it's paid on a monthly basis, a subscription basis. Like, for example, I think it costs something like $60 a month, but you get all the software. It's continuously updated, right? Well, that's sort of the mode that automakers are going in. Audi is adding navigation on demand capability to 4 of its 2021 models, including the A4, the A5, the Q5, and the Q5 Sportback. And what it allows you to do for a high price, you can subscribe and you can get a navigation and Wi-Fi connection for $84.99 a month or $849.99 for a 12-month plan. Now, you can get Wi-Fi, well, you can get a Wi-Fi hotspot on your phone included in with the price of your phone, and you can use it anywhere, or you can spend $12 to $20 a month and get Wi-Fi connection in your car, and you can just buy the navigation in most cars and have it. So going back to also what I said, you can get Android Auto, Apple CarPlay, and that's free. So I don't quite see this. This is a kind of a high monthly figure for those two things. I think it should be half that. But if they can get it, they'll get it, right?
Especially if you have a GM car, you just have OnStar, which gives you all of that for much, much less than $85 a month.
Interesting. That's another.
And it's a person on the other end.
It's a person on the other end, yeah. One neat thing, they have something called the Called Light Function Package, and it gives you different lighting for your e-tron, like turning lights, dynamic cornering lights. Remember those? I remember those on Cadillacs. Yeah. It was a little white light that came on so you could see the curb, I guess, and not scuff your white walls on the way. So dynamic turning lights, maneuvering lights, that's an over-the-air software upgrade for e-trons and e-tron Sportbacks. And that's priced at $259 one-time fee. I kind of like the one-time fee better. I've got to be honest. To you?
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. You must do an awful lot of navigating for $85 a month.
Yeah. Yeah. And the idea, they say, is that you can buy it by the month. So if you're taking a trip, you might say, okay, we're going driving across country. So, we'll get that navigation package. But I think it is certainly a revenue stream, and we're going to talk, of course, we're going to talk about the F-150 Lightning right after the break. And Ford, of course, is doing some great over-the-air updates with something like Blue Cruise, which is their semi-autonomous system, which that's a really useful upgrade, I mean, cornering lights are okay too, I guess, but
yeah, but pay for them.
Yeah, but interesting stuff. Hey, when we come back, we are going to find out all about the F-150 Lightning. You can get up to 563 horsepower and a 300-mile range. There's tons of tech in it, and the good thing is it's an F-150 through and through. So you can do all sorts of things with it, like tow 10,000 pounds, and it even has a frunk less, so you can store groceries inside.
Yep.
It's pretty cool. It's built on the crew cab, so a lot of storage in there. And we're going to find out what it was like to develop this vehicle and a little bit more of the tech. It's the most aerodynamic F-150 ever made. Pretty cool.
It is. This is a big deal.
I think it is perhaps. I think Jim Farley said it's up there with the Model T, you know, the announcement of the Model T.
Yeah.
But we shall see. But we will be right back, so stay tuned to Cruise Control, your on-air automotive magazine.
Cruise Control.
And welcome back to Cruise Control, your on-air automotive magazine. I'm Fred Staub. My other partner in crime is Les Jackson, and we are joined by Linda Zahn, who is the F-150 Lightning Chief Engineer. Welcome, Linda. We're so glad to have you on Cruise Control.
Thanks for having me, Fred and Les.
Yes, you must have had just a little bit of a busy week, maybe a few interviews, I don't know, something like that, right?
It's been a really fun week. We got to reveal our new all-electric F-150 Lightning, and we also got to meet the president, who came and test drove our vehicle, and got to see what we were doing from a manufacturing perspective too, to get this product out.
Wow.
Talk about a celebrity driver to introduce a product.
Yeah, a real car guy too.
You people have just hit the top.
I believe he said this is kind of what did he say? This is kind of zippy or something like that. I think about the acceleration of the.
Oh, he said it was fast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he loves fast cars.
Yeah.
So.
Well, let's. You know, I think this is kind of a interesting way to start an interview, Linda, but with a chief engineer. But I understand when Jim Farley announced the price, he played a little joke on the analysts that were there, and he said, okay, and we're going to sell it starting at $49,000. And there was a gasp of people like, oh my God, how can they do that? And he said, oh, actually it's 39,000. And we made a small math error. That must have been a fun moment.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a fun moment, because at the low entry price that we're offering with the $39,974, that's really before any federal or tax incentives. So if you think about it from an affordability from a America perspective, it is planned to serve the masses. And this is not just, you know, a vehicle that we're going to make a few of and sell to some high class folks and that's it. It's F-Series has always been a very essential part of our customers' lives, in a way woven into the fabric of people's lives over the course of 74 years of F-Series being around. So some of it is just making sure that we can come out with a product that isn't just for the few, but for the masses, and really keep F-Series as America's best-selling truck since '77.
Yeah, I mean, that I have to applaud you for this, because I assumed before it came out that it was going to be at the high end. It was going to be the King Ranch, you know, the one that, oh my gosh, who's buying this? This, as you say, is for the masses, and it reminds me of a conversation I had with a guy in an F-150 about, I don't know, 15 years ago. And I said, why did you buy an F-150 over a other brand? And he said, because I've got too much work to do to drive anything other than a Ford. And that was a guy who earns his living in the truck. And those are the people you want. You don't, I mean, I know you care about all the buyers, but you really want the people that are using these trucks, I mean, wearing them down.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. This F-Series has been such an important product for our customers. And that's really where we started, right? With a century of manufacturing know-how and 73 years of truck know-how, we're basically building on that, making sure that our customers get what they already know and love about our F-Series trucks. And then from that, you know, we know that durability and reliability are huge, and that a lot of our customers use this for their daily lives and for work. So that bit of it, our customers can be sure that, you know, we've put a lot behind this. This electric truck goes through the same engineering and testing regimens that all our F-Series do. So all of the tough truck testing, corrosion, towing, hauling, you name it. If we do that with our F-Series trucks for the gas product, we're doing it for the electric as well. And with that, we also add a lot of testing specific from a battery perspective because we know that's important as well. So, and then from that basis, we're really leveraging electrification to provide more functionality for our customers. Our customers use this product as a tool. We've known that, you know, ever since the beginning. So any technology that we can add to this really had to increase the productivity and the functionality and the capability of this truck. So our customers will get that capability, whether it's driving, working, towing, or hauling, but then also they're going to get the benefits of electrification, which is, you know, the performance, the drive experience. This truck is 775 foot-pounds of torque and 0 to 60 in mid 4 seconds. So that in itself, you know, those numbers are fantastic, but the driving experience is quite unique as well. Very smooth and very grounded because of that lower center of gravity with the battery. Just making this product one of the best driving experiences for our customer. But also, you know, we can provide our customers with more space, new spaces that they didn't have in the past. So if you think about where gas engines have the engines up front, right? Mm-hmm. Well, we don't have an engine in an EV. The EV uses batteries, which is, you know, all through the bottom of the vehicle, basically between our frames. So that front space gets opened up, and we are adding a mega power frunk. And this is not an ordinary frunk. It's mega, and we really put a lot of thought behind the name, because there's when you think about this frunk, it's mega because it's 400 liters of volume, which is huge, big enough for full sets of golf clubs. It's also, you know, big enough for luggage. Yeah. Exactly. Lots of luggage, or for, you know, mulch if our customers want to put it in there. So 400 pounds of payload capacity as well, right? So it's not just filling it with, light things. It's payload that we've added to the vehicle, especially in the front, to be able to sustain this kind of capacity. And then it's also powered with 4 outlets, and it's also got a power open and close hood. So for ergonomic loading for our customers. So really exciting new space that our customers would not have had in the past. And then other functionality. So sorry, I can go on and on about this.
Linda's on. It was the F-150 Lightning chief engineer. Obviously proud of your vehicle. I have to say that frunk is great, Linda, because it's built, of course, on an F-150 crew cab, and we should say this. This is an F-150 through and through. Already, the crew cab has a lot of storage in it, even with the gas engine, and now you're adding this whole new bit of real estate, which is great. I also think, and Les and I talk about this a lot on Cruise Control, that once people get into electric vehicles, you look at the 0 to 60 time on this. You look at, the horsepower range is 426 to 563, the torque 775. But I was just in an all-wheel drive sedan that reviewing it, and had a 0 to 60 time of 8.6 seconds. That's a little sedan. This is a full-size pickup truck, and you're down into the 4s. Once people go to electric cars, they're probably not going to go back. That's my thought.
That's right. I won't want to.
Yeah, that's what I think. What do you think?
Yeah. And with this truck, I think a lot of people will love it, right? Because it's got that exciting performance, like you said, but it's also got the base truck DNA that where we satisfy the customer's needs to get their job done. This is not just a green vehicle to be a green vehicle.
Right.
We know that our customers will only migrate to it if it's a better tool for them. And that's what we've done, is really put in here all of the cool things about trucks, but then also adding that electrification and making that perfect marriage. Because the other bit that's really exciting about the space is, because of the new battery that we have, we can actually take a lot of that power that's in the battery and use it for our customers, right? Whether it's on the go, plugging things in at a tailgate or job site or campsite to light things up. That's fascinating. And then on top of that, you also have the intelligent backup, where now we can literally sustain the power in the home for days on end in terms of a power outage. So really taking that battery and giving our customers more. So if you think of like the Texas blackouts and the California rolling blackouts, this truck would have been so awesome to have, right, for all of that, because it would have made sure that our customers didn't have interrupted lives with any of the power outages.
Yeah, yes, you're right, Linda. I mean, the neat thing about this is, as I said, F-150 all the way through, great things like Blue Cruise and the scales and all the good stuff you get on a gas-powered F-150 or diesel-powered. Hey, we're going to be right back with more from Linda, so stay tuned to Cruise Control. I'm Fred Staub. He's Les Jackson. We'll be right back.
And it's Zhang, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are back streaming live with you guys on Facebook and YouTube. If you have a question for Linda about the F-150 Lightning, let us know. Les, you wanted to ask Linda something, didn't you?
I do. Irrespective of the drivetrains, everybody knows that an F-150 has something like 1 million different combinations of options and things you can buy. Can I assume that the Lightning, the all of the electric 150s now and in the future, you'll still be able to get all of those suspension options and changes and winches and hauling devices that you can get in the standard 150?
So our all electric F-150 is really very purpose built, right? So that we have a dual motor which produces that 775 foot-pounds of torque,
Right.
As well as two battery sizes, the standard battery size and an extended for 230 miles and 300 miles for our customers. And with those, you know, we have also four series, right? So a commercial kind of more work oriented variant, which we'll have more news on soon. The XLT, Lariat, and Platinum, and with lots of options that would go with those, right? What we also heard from our customers is that they do have, like you mentioned, a lot of accessories that they currently have for the product, personal accessories and things that they want to be able to transfer right over from their current truck to ours. And I'm glad to be able to tell you that we've ensured that there's a lot of common points, so that over 95% of our accessories that are currently on F-150 can be brought over for the truck, because it is still a super crew cab, right? Enough room for 5 passengers, as well as a 5.5 foot box, so a full size box. And we've maintained all of the interior box connection points and such to be common with the base gas trucks, so that you can do exactly kind of what you mentioned in terms of transferring things over, and lots of options in terms of content, technology, and such for the truck, so that, you know, our customers do have that power of choice.
We always say that you better carve out a lot of time if you're going to order an F-150, because there's so many options and so many ways of mixing and matching it, and it's great. And customers, we understand from people that tell us that customers really like to option it out the way they like it. I have to say, I'm glad you left a grill type area on the vehicle. That's one of my pet peeves when I see an electric car and there's just like an empty space there. It always looks like somebody forgot something. But I like what you've done. It's instantly identifiable as an F-150, yet different enough to differentiate it from the gas-powered model.
Yeah, no, and that's what you said there is exactly what we heard from truck customers. Our truck customers, and any truck customer actually, they're not looking for a science experiment on wheels. What they want is a product that looks like a truck and acts like a truck. So that's exactly what we did. Is distinct, not different. It's very much a great looking truck, and it's been modernized with the lighting as well as a sleeker appearance. So we do have a lot of new sheet metal for that purpose, but really giving us still a very traditional F-150 and truck look, but modernizing it and kind of moving it into the newer technology look, with the signature lighting that goes all the way around the front, as well as rear lighting that also goes across the vehicle as well.
We are talking with Linda Zahn, who is the F-150 Lightning Chief Engineer. Welcome back to Cruise Control. We were enjoying the conversation so much. You joined us after
That's right.
After the break. It was cool. Linda, I have to ask you, when did you start on the project, and how long did it take you to develop this Lightning? It must have been a great day when they said, "Hey, Linda, can you come up to the office? We've got a new project for you."
Yeah, so a lot of the team members been on for similar amounts of time as I have since the beginning, which is basically around 3 years.
Wow.
So it's been a great team working through it. We have a very dedicated and very passionate team that wants to get the right product out there for our customers, and they know a lot about the truck customer. So I think that's great. It's been a great collaboration with the entire team.
Les, I just want to ask this one. I know you got plenty to get to too. When the F-150 was redesigned in its most recent design, did they have electrification in the plan at that point to make sure that they could put a battery pack in there and motors, or did you have to adapt it after the fact?
So we did have it in the plans, but we have a very unique purpose-built underbody for the vehicle, right? So we have an all-new frame with the strongest steel ever used in an F-150 to support the battery structure, as well as unique motors and battery that is there for the F-150 for its capability. A lot of those parts we do plan on using kind of across the board and different things, but they are uniquely developed for this electric F-150. In addition to that, we actually put in an independent rear suspension as well, which is an all new for F-Series. And you can see in the footage here, this is the truck going through tough truck testing with, you know, this is called Power Hop Hill, but basically testing the structure of the truck for torsion and twist in that frame. So all of our electric trucks go through the same testing as all of our F-Series products. So making sure that it's capable on the job. In this case, you're seeing it, you know, kind of going off-road a bit, and we've got, you know, metal skid plates that protect the entire bottom of the vehicle, going from motor to battery to the rear of the motor as well, so that it can do, you know, all the off-roading that our customers would like to do as well.
I have two questions.
Sure.
The first one is a silly one. When are you going to take this thing to the Nürburgring and see what it'll do? Because I know somebody there is thinking about it. But the other question is, you've already taken, as I understand, a ton of orders for these. The dealers must just be setting off fireworks. How fast can you build these?
So it has done really well since reveal. When we revealed Wednesday night at like 9:30, I think, and then by 6 a.m. the next morning, which is like 8 hours later, we already had over 20,000 orders.
Wow.
I think on Friday we had, you know, over 45. So it's been received really well by the public, and pre-orders are available with reservations. It's only $100 for the reservation, and it's available on www.ford.com. And it really helps, you know, our customers get kind of their place in line in this truck, because we will be going with that sequence in terms of the build. And, you know, if America wants it, we'll build it. So
yeah, one of the questions we had is it all-wheel drive?
It's 4x4, so it's always dual motors. We're standard dual motors, even at that $39,974 MSRP pricing before federal and state taxes. It's standard dual motors. So those dual motors provide the standard 4x4 all the time, as well as that 775 foot-pounds of near instant torque.
Wow. And I want to ask, I believe you're including this with a charger, right? Does the charger come from the factory?
Yes. So
home charger.
Home charging. Yeah. So for the extended battery, we have such a big battery that we've gone ahead and put in specific content for it to allow customers to be able to charge at home. So there's actually two elements of this. Again, because of the size of the battery, we've gone in and we're going to be providing a 80 amp charge station as standard equipment for that extended range battery, as well as there's hardware in the truck with dual onboard charging system in that truck to make sure that that our customers can charge overnight, getting to, you know, 100% in less than 8 hours. So,
wow, that's actually that's a very generous thing to do, because it can get expensive putting the circuit in to your garage, wherever you live. But frequently the charger itself, you know, other companies make you pay for the charger. I won't mention any. And that's, you know, that can easily be $1,000.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's nice to be included. And what about the network of chargers, Linda, as people, how are you handling that as people go across the country to get it charged up?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. With the overnight charging at home, that was super important to, Les's point. We wanted to make sure we enabled that charging because then, for day-to-day type of things, that you can wake up with a full charge every day, right? And that's something that, as a gas customer, it's kind of a different way of thinking about it
It's like
because
your
we know
phone.
that gas tanks are a lot bigger, but
Yeah.
you're literally waking up every morning if you want with full charge. And on that extended battery, it's 300 miles. Now, when it comes to being on the road, we do want to make sure that our customers are taken care of there as well. So we do have seamless access in North America for the largest public charging network through Ford Pass. And as of I think last week, we have over 63,000 charging plugs, and that number grows every day. So many of those also include fast charging that achieves up to 54 miles, I think, in 10 minutes.
Wow.
And then getting from 15% to 80% in, I think, something like 41 minutes, maybe 41, 45 minutes, depending on the battery.
Wow. Very, very cool.
And by the way, just because I know somebody either on Facebook or YouTube will ask us the question, well, what does that cost in electricity? I just calculated it with 150 kilowatt here in the DC area, and it'd be $16.50,
Hey,
which is
you can't
that's
fill
a
your
pretty
tank
cheap
for that.
tank of energy.
Yeah, sure is. You can't fill your tank for that. What's your favorite feature, Linda, of the Lightning? I mean, you've got to have a favorite feature, I'm sure.
I have a lot of favorite features on this product. I love the performance. I think the biggest new feature I would say that truck customers would not be used to is that mega power front that we talked about. I just think that enables so much, right? That new space in the front of the vehicle for our customers. In a way, it gives our customers their cabin back. So instead of having to stick, all the different things in the back seat of your car and making sure that your bread doesn't get smushed on the way home from the store, you've got this giant compartment that you can put all kinds of things in. And it's not just storage. And we heard this loud and clear from our customers when we actually designed this with them, is that this space, it provides that platform for them, whether it's for recreational fun at a tailgate or just working with additional flat surfaces that are also durable for 400 pounds of payload from a work perspective. I personally can't wait to get this out on a tailgate party
Sounds
at a
good.
football game.
Linda, we appreciate it. Thanks for joining us on Cruise Control. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
This is Cruise Control,
Control.
your on-air automotive magazine with co-hosts Fred Staub and Les Jackson.
Control.
Everything you need to know about new and used cars.
Control.
Industry news. We'll fix or repair your car on the air.
Control.
Fasten your seatbelts and let us take the wheel. Now, your ride is about to begin
Control.
because you're on Cruise Control. Cruise Control. Cruise Control.
Hello and welcome to Cruise Control, your on-air automotive magazine. I'm Fred Staub. He is Les Jackson, and we are about to take you on a ride around the automotive industry. Isn't that right, Les?
We are, just as we do every week, and we love doing it. And boy, this has been a week almost for the record books.
I would say so. We're starting off with a question here, Les. Are there more incentives, electric vehicle incentives, coming our way? I think the answer may be yes.
I think you're right. And Maybach, remember Maybach?
Oh yeah.
We don't talk about them much. They show off their V12 powered tech-laden flagship.
Yep. And then Fisker builds a car for a VIP. We'll tell you about it.
That is right. And we're talking tech.
Yep.
We always do. And this time it's wood-based tires for your next BMW. Yes, I said wood.
They should ride really well, don't you think so? Sort of
Well,
like wagon
if
wheels.
it's sanded properly.
Yeah, it's got to be sanded smooth. That's right. Plus, what are the best cars for graduating teens? We have results of a new Consumer Reports study.
That is right. And Kia becomes Kia America now. And they reveal their first design from the ground up battery electric crossover. It's Electric Saturday here. They call
right.
it the EV6. And James Bell, he's been on the show before from Kia America, will give us the details.
Yeah, they revealed it in Times Square this week. The reveals keep on coming. Man, we've got to stay up on it. We're keeping you up to date on it. We appreciate you listening to Cruise Control Radio. Don't forget to check us out at cruisecontrolradio.com, where you can like us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter. Yes, this EV6 is going to be pretty exciting, Les. I'm excited to talk about it. I'm sure James Bell is even more excited to talk about it. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we will get to that and a whole lot more. And it's kind of funny. You mentioned we don't talk about Maybach that much. We don't talk about many V12 powered vehicles anymore because, frankly, there aren't many, are there?
No, they've pretty well gone away.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that, and then we'll also tell you who Fisker is building this very special vehicle for, based on the Fisker Ocean.
Not me.
It's not a gold-plated, engraved Fisker Ocean for you, but unfortunately, not for you, Les.
Well,
but,
I was hoping.
Yeah, we will tell you who he's building it for, which is an interesting deal. So stay tuned to Cruise Control Radio, your on-air automotive magazine. I'm Fred Staub. He is Les Jackson. We are going to be right back, so stay tuned. Hey, YouTube and FaceView, what the heck is that? YouTube, YouTube and Facebook viewers,
Yes.
we are glad you're along for a ride. Don't forget, as Les Jackson always says, send us a comment, drop us a line, vehicle you like us to review, guest you like us to get on, all that and more. Right, Les?
Absolutely. We, of course, don't get a chance normally to answer those on the air, but we certainly will look at them after the fact.
Cruise Control.
Welcome back to Cruise Control, your on-air automotive magazine. I'm Les Jackson. He's Fred Staub. As we promised in the opening, we're going to be talking quite a bit about electric vehicles today. It's a hot subject.
Yep.
It's an important subject.
Yep.
And it's important to all of us who buy them because we're curious about possible federal and state incentives for buying an all-electric vehicle.
That's right. Now, how it's been typically, what, $7,500 of federal.
Right.
And you get the money back on your taxes. In other words, you can take it off your taxes. So if you buy a car in January, you have to wait to the end of the year to get this. And then they're limited by the amount of vehicles sold by the manufacturer.
Which is 200,000.
200,000. Certain manufacturers, I believe GM has hit that already. Of course, Tesla, of course, because that's all they make, or electric cars, has hit that. So there's been some talk that these credits have kind of really only benefited early adopters. Let's remember, electric cars don't make up a large percentage of the cars sold yet. So the federal government is proposing a different set of credits, and that would be a point of purchase credit, Les, where you would get the money off right away when you buy the vehicle. That's a different approach that they feel would be more equitable and would getting it right away would be just a good thing because you know you get it right away. You don't forget about it and forget to file it at the end of the year, right?
That's right. Now, but still, if you're wealthy, let me go backwards. Are we talking about changing that 200,000 unit rule?
It's not clear. This is an article from Bloomberg, and they're saying that they might be changing that because let's face it, that's going to expire for many manufacturers pretty quickly. We only, 1 point something % of cars sold are electric, right?
That's about it, yeah.
Yeah, so there's room for more incentives here, for sure. And Bloomberg is reporting that the White House wants to provide consumers point-of-sale rebates for purchasing EVs, and that's something that they're looking into. So this deal could be a little bit sweeter than it is now, couldn't it?
Well, it would be. It'd be awfully nice, for instance, to go buy a new Ford Lightning for $39,000 and be able to, when you see the papers, it's 39 minus 7,500.
Yeah. It's all to accelerate electric cars. And as I said, I think the biggest thing that's going to happen when people drive an electric car, they're going to say, wow, this performance is great. And as charging capability improves and chargers improve, I think the worry of range anxiety and things like that will go away, won't they?
Now, one thing is going to be a bit of a long-term problem until it gets resolved, and that is electric vehicles are going to be pretty much purchased by single-family homeowners, because if you live in an apartment, you're not likely to have a charging station.
also probably not rural people living out on a farm or something like
Sure,
that as well.
sure.
So, I mean, it's just an idea. It's an interesting idea, one that's worth looking into, wouldn't you say?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh no, worth pursuing.
Yeah. Now let's make a complete gear change here to this vehicle. This is not an electric vehicle, is it?
Why not?
This is the Maybach, which is really a Mercedes S-Class that has been significantly upgraded,
Right.
hasn't it? Yeah. And under the hood is a V12 engine. How many manufacturers still make a V12 engine? Not too many, I would imagine.
Ferrari.
And Ferrari and Aston Martin, maybe? That's it?
Yeah, that's about it. Well, Lamborghini.
Yeah. So this vehicle, the V12 Mercedes Maybach, will go on sale in the U.S. in 2022. When we come back on Cruise Control, we're going to tell you some of the crazy features of this big car, including that 621 horsepower V6. So stay tuned to Cruise Control. Plenty more coming up. We'll be right back. I'm Fred Staub. He's Les Jackson. Stay tuned to Cruise Control.
Cruise Control.
And welcome back to Cruise Control, your on-air automotive magazine with Fred Staub and Les Jackson. We are glad you are here with us, and we're taking you on a ride around the automotive industry on your on-air automotive magazine. We started to tell you a little bit about, that runaround car that you just want to take it out to Home Depot and load wood into.
Yeah, little grocery getter.
Yeah, a little grocery getter. The next generation V12 Mercedes Maybach goes on sale in the U.S. in 2022. 621 horsepower, 738 pound-feet of torque. 0 to 60 in 4.4 seconds. Listen to some of this cool stuff that it's got. Of course, it's got the Maybach exclusive highlights such as the front bumper, radiator grille, lettering, engine hood strip, illuminated seamless door handles, and Maybach door sill panels. You can request a two-tone paint finish. While you're at it, why not? Right, Les? I mean, why hold back, you know?
How silly not to.
Here's a neat thing. Available electronically controlled comfort doors. They will open and close with no human effort, even on gradients, i.e. hills, and that you don't have to do anything with them. Also, rear axle steering up to 4.5 to 10 degrees of rear steering, depending on the wheel selection. If you get staggered or non-staggered wheels on this vehicle. Adaptive rear lighting for brightness and color temperature. Pretty cool stuff, isn't it?
It's kind of everything.
I forgot this one. Available silver-plated champagne flutes and refrigerated compartment.
Well, I insist.
As the release says, to complete the exclusive atmosphere. So, Les.
Pardon me, do you have any gray poop on?
Well, let's still go to a more different story. Fisker.
Oh, by the way, what was the price of that Maybach?
Don't have a price on it. If you have to ask, it's not for you.
Well,
I would say probably, what, 300,000? But
I think 3 to 4.
Yeah. But let's talk about our next story. Heinrich Fisker is building the next Pope-mobile based on his Ocean SUV, his electric Ocean SUV. And he visited with the Pope and showed off what it's going to look like. Of course, the Fisker Ocean, nice-looking crossover with a lot of recyclable materials, solar power on the roof, and it's going to be adapted to a Pope-mobile. Interesting that he got that contract, I guess. He actually traveled to see Pope Francis and showed off the concept, and there was a great shot of the Pope, I guess, signing the rendering of the vehicle, but it almost looked like he was designing a car, like he was drawing that out. But it's going to have a little cupola on top. I guess certainly probably an armored cupola, right?
Well, it's not called a cupola for the Pope. It's
you're thinking, what do you
say? It's called a podium.
A podium, a glass enclosed podium. So
that's right.
Just another automotive interesting story there.
I guess, when the Pope's buying something, I guess he doesn't have to go to the F&I guy to get sold on fabric protection.
Fabric protection or rubber mats or a rear bumper protector or something like that, yeah. I guess I wonder if Fisker actually approached the Vatican and said, hey, I want to build this. Now, we know Pope Francis is big into climate and global warming and wants to be green. And didn't he have a Lamborghini that they gave him, a Lamborghini Hurricane?
They did, yeah.
This will be a little bit more green than that, I would think. Wouldn't you think?
I think Fisker is a good guy.
Yeah, it's interesting. I look forward to having him on the show again and talking about the Ocean because I think it's a neat design. It really is. And what I like about him is he gets knocked down and he keeps coming back, doesn't he?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, so you can't fault someone for that. So that's your Pope-mobile update for this. But let's
meanwhile in Vatican City.
Let's talk a little bit about some tech, shall we? I know you we're very excited about tires made from plastic water bottles, Les.
Yes.
A couple of weeks ago, right?
Well, anything to get that stuff recycled and off the landfills and out of the ocean.
Yeah.
And really, everybody is looking for new materials to make tires from.
Yeah. Well, apparently they found some, and it's wood. Pirelli is making tires out of rayon, which is a wood-based material used to strengthen tires. They're going to be on the BMW X5 Hybrid, and they were chosen because they're very sustainable. Apparently, tires really add up in pollution around the world. They're hard to get rid of, too.
They do. They're very, very hard to get rid of. I didn't know rayon was wood-based.
Rayon, isn't rayon put in clothing, too?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When I was growing up, rayon was the big deal. Nylon, of course, was quite popular, and they came out with rayon, and it didn't breathe.
Well, probably you don't want tires to breathe too much.
No,
right?
you don't.
You breathe the air right out of it. But good development here. These are going to be 22-inch P0s, and they're going to be have some rayon base in there. So I think that will be pretty exciting stuff. A little bit of talking tech for you this week. Graduating teens, interesting study from Consumer Reports. The class of 21, they kind of broke down a list of some cool vehicles to get. And I'll just call out some of them. They do this every year. And small cars, for used vehicles, they liked a Mazda 3, Toyota Prius, Subaru Crosstrek. And then they talked about recommended cars, new vehicles for graduates, which is really nice if you get a brand new car to do that.
What did you get when you graduated?
I bought a used Nova, which was fine by me.
I got a Timex watch.
I didn't get a car when I graduated high school.
I didn't get a car. I didn't know anybody that got a car.
No, but I didn't get one of these cars. I have to go through the list, though, because at the end there's a funny one. And they talk about some of the similar ones that they talk about used, but CX-3, Subaru Forester. Who wouldn't like to get a brand new Subaru Forester?
Boy.
That would be nice. I'd take one right now. Kia Sportage, Toyota RAV4. Hey, here's a brand new RAV4 for you. Wouldn't that be nice, Les?
Yeah. Gee, thanks, Dad.
And then here, this one cracked me up on the Consumer Reports list. Another good pick for the brand new car for a graduate is a Honda Odyssey minivan for $31,000.
Now, that appeals to me because
kid, good news is we're going to get you a brand new vehicle. It's going to be wonderful. It'll be under warranty. It'll be great. The bad news is it's a Honda Odyssey minivan, so you're going to...
Oh, you can... Can you just see your teenage daughter saying, "You got me a minivan"? I won't be able to show my face.
I know. It would be like, hey, it's a great vehicle. Just you might not be the audience for that, but yeah. So that's some of them. A Hyundai Tucson. There's a whole big list of it. We'll put it up on our Facebook page. I found that kind of a weird choice for a first vehicle. Probably the best one on the list, I think, is Toyota Corolla sedan or hatchback, especially a hatchback. It's a little sporty. It costs about $25,000, comes with everything.
Yep.
That would be fine. It's better than the minivan. So, hey, when we come back, we're going to talk about a brand new vehicle from Kia America, the EV6. So stay tuned.
Cruise Control.
And welcome back to Cruise Control, your on-air automotive magazine. I'm Fred Staub. The other guy is Les Jackson, and we're joined by yet another guy with a really cool vehicle behind him. None other than James Bell from Kia America. And that is my lead question. James, new company name, Kia America.
Yes, what we are looking to do here is, well, okay, you say the word motors in the name of your company, and it kind of harkens back to maybe a simpler time, so to speak. What we're here to do is to really change this brand and make it just so the word Kia really does stand on its own, if you will. It's kind of a rethinking of the way we go about all of our business, starting with the vehicles we're going to be making. Yes, we're still going to be making internal combustion engines. Obviously, that's still going to be a big part of transportation for years to come. But we're starting this transition into alternative transportation modes, from autonomous to electric to different levels of electrification, and just a whole new game. And so we thought it's the right time to also emphasize a new name for the company that really embodies this new spirit that all of us who work here are capturing.
And what better time to come up with this new name than when you have a brand new all-electric vehicle to talk about, right? The EV6.
The EV6, yes, we are having so much fun with this new machine. It rides on a global platform called the EGMP, or Electric Global Modular Platform. And this was introduced actually in Korea back in, I guess it was at very end of 2020, early 21, around the same time that we introduced our new logo, the new Kia logo, which you've seen on the Stinger, you'll see on the Carnival, and now obviously you also see it on the EV6. And so, yeah, this new platform is going to actually sit underneath up to, I think, 7 different vehicles in the next several years. And the EV6 is the first incarnation of that. And it, for my money, it's kind of our electric Stinger in a way. It's a sports vehicle, a great rear-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, hardcore driving machine, but then also has lots of room out back. Has that fifth door like the Stinger. So it has a great amount of utility, but it's also something you're really going to want to drive.
It looks futuristic and very high tech, but at the same time, it looks comfortable. Usually when things look futuristic, you say, it's like the old days, people sitting on potato chip shaped chairs and
right.
Nothing was comfortable. This looks actually comfortable.
Well, it's two things. Yes, it is very comfortable, and it's very inviting, and it's very easy to use. That's one of the things that Kia, I believe, does incredibly well, especially compared to some of our competitors, where you have something that's high tech and interesting to touch and feel and use, but then tough to use. You've got to cycle through different menus to be able to change the radio station, or you've got to, you want to raise the fan temperature a little, or the temperature on the AC system. That can be a job. Not with Kia. So yeah, I'm glad you see it that way, Les. It's a welcoming interior. It is incredibly high tech. Has some amazing this new AR HUD, or heads up display, that is basically takes probably about the lower third of almost the entire windscreen, and broadcast the information you need to know as you're going through navigation, or checking on the radio station or checking news, whatever. This is information that's broadcast right there up on the screen. It's a whole new way of doing an HUD, which is not new technology, but again, it's Kia doing it better, more higher tech, but also easier to use. That's the trick.
Yeah, and what I find interesting and smart is that you talk a little bit about it in this release that has a 114.2-inch wheelbase, equivalent to your very successful, super hot, red hot Telluride SUV.
Well, I know I've shared this nickname with you guys here in the past, but we call it the Celluride inside the company because it's sold out. But yes, I guess that kind of, thanks for bringing that up, Fred. That really highlights the utility of this vehicle. It's got that long wheelbase, very short overhangs, obviously, because you don't have, an engine component in the front. You don't have to run all this, power line and exhaust and all that through the middle. So it's a flat floor. So you can really maximize the interior space, but and have that nice long wheelbase. And by the way, because of it being a this kind of skateboard or sandwich battery pack at the bottom, you get all your weight distribution down low and down the center. And as I know Mr. Jackson knows, that's exactly where you want it if you want to have a car that's going to go around corners in a way you want it to do.
Absolutely. I just I like, by the way, the we just saw in the video the charging, kind of that universal charging plug. I hate to use the word plug.
Well, no, that's kind of what it is. You're right.
But it is. It's a plug.
It's a
but
plug.
It'll accommodate even a 20 amp standard 120 volt circuit,
Right.
as well as 240 and a lot of current.
Yeah.
That's a very clever.
Well, there's a little phrase I think we're all going to have to learn. That's what's so much fun about the car business right now. We are in a very key, pivotal, transitional moment. When history books are written, they'll look back at the year 2021, 2022 and say, wow, this is when some new things happened in this business. And so the phrase you're going to have to learn there is V2L, vehicle to load. So yes, you'll be able to have a fully charged vehicle or even at a mid state of charge and, take it to a work site and run some power tools off of it, take it to a camping site and, run the microwave and the popcorn machine. And lights. It's something that it becomes an accessory for your life in ways that a gasoline-powered car just can't do today. You don't want to go out camping and then run the engine on your car all the time to power your stuff. This is obviously done silently. So yeah, it's just a whole new way of looking at what transportation can be. It should be something that complements your lifestyle, not just gets you to where you want to go and then you leave it outside, but actually becomes part of what you want to do and how you want to do it. And we're pretty excited about that.
And styling wise, I mean, it's just enough future and just enough to make us feel comfortable looking at it. Because sometimes when someone says, oh, it's an electric car, I have to make it completely out of this world, I think that makes people uncomfortable. Here, it's the form factor we're kind of used to. It's sort of a sporty CUV with kind of a slanted back roof, but you've done some neat things with the lighting and that, and made it very futuristic, which I think is really neat. And I think it's just a good job. It's just a good mix of new and old, or new and comfortable. Well, I'll say it's not really old.
No, I know. Well, you've kind of tapped on what our lead designer, Kareem Habib, is kind of set up for Kia vehicles going forward. He calls it opposites united. So it's basically that thing where you just said, Fred, and very well done. Kareem must have got a hold of you and told you this.
We talked a little bit before this, yeah.
There you are.
I see. Well, so now you're testing me. I like it. So yes, essentially, this idea of things that are opposites, as you said, hot and cold, new and old, but then bring them together in a way that is comfortable. And I know I'm not a designer. I can't go into it nearly as well as those types can, but it does do that, where it's you walk up to the vehicle. I mean, I can tell you from seeing it on the streets there in Times Square earlier this week, it's something that when you first see one on the road, you're going to stop and go, whoa, what was that? Mm-hmm. But it doesn't feel like you've just seen a UFO. It feels like something that you actually might want to get in, and looks like it would be fun to drive, and has a completely different personality and persona than anything else you've seen on the road. And so we're pretty excited about that. And of course, the EV6 is kind of, I think if you have me on the show a year from now, we're going to have new vehicles that come out, and you're going to say, oh yeah, the EV6 really influenced a lot of the stuff. So it's worth memorizing a little bit.
It's a design language, Les. It's a developing design language. How about that?
But what's also cool about it is that you're sort of harking back to the old days of, okay, which engine do you want? And in this case, now you've got different horsepower configurations.
Right.
And it's 3 of them, right?
It's initially we were going to have 2. You're going to have a 58 kilowatt hour battery pack and a larger 77.4 kilowatt battery pack. But the one you're probably referring to as the third is the GT that we're going to come out with later.
Wow.
That is going to be something that is going to shock people. And I shouldn't say that about. Thank you, Fred. Thank you for the
better word.
the laugh.
Give
I'm just
people a
letting you go,
charge.
James.
Let me just hang myself here. It's okay. Yes, the GT will be out next year, but this is a vehicle that is all-wheel drive, the biggest battery pack, does 0 to 60 in and out. I'm going to say a number, but I can tell you this is Kia. We're very conservative on these things. 0 to 60 in 3.5.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Electric cars are fun, folks.
now let's hold that point, and James Bell from Kia America will be back with us after the break. Stay tuned for more Cruise Control, more about the EV6. We'll be right back.
Hmm.
15.
In 5.
Cruise control.
And welcome back to Cruise Control. Fred Staub and Les Jackson and James Bell from Kia America talking about their brand new EV6. People are asking what's behind you. Is that...
Oh,
That's the
that's not electrified.
Not electrified, but I love that you're right out there in your garage. It's a perfect place to be at any time. At any time. And yeah, EV6. I tell you, we were talking a little bit about the performance. You were teasing the GT model that's going to be coming out a little bit later on. You dropped that big number, and then we went to a break. 3.5 seconds, 0 to 60. 576 horsepower. That is a muscle car, isn't it?
And all-wheel drive and instant torque. This isn't a setup that, you know, the engine has to get the revs up and get on cam and get the power band rolling. It's the proverbial light switch. You know, it's the rheostat. You just apply power and away you go. And the thing that I'm really excited about, I wanted to share here, is the fact that, you know, the Stinger is the vehicle that really set Kia on the map for performance cars. It scared brands like Audi, BMW, Mercedes, because this is a proper European sports sedan in every way, a proper GT. That was engineered by a gentleman by the name of Albert Biermann. Mm-hmm. Albert came to Kia in 2016, I believe, or late 15, from BMW. He was the chief engineer of, at the end of his time at BMW, of the M division. So the man knows how to make a car go around corners and do its thing very, very well. So he came to Kia. His first vehicle was a Stinger. He's now working on all the vehicles, not just in the Kia brand, but also in Hyundai and Genesis. He's a magician. Well, I spoke with him probably about 2 years ago now. It was before the pandemic, so that gives you a sense. And we talked about this platform that the EV6 rides on, the eGMP as we call it. And he said, you got to understand, James, this is, for a guy like me, this is a dream, because you're starting with a fresh sheet of paper that is just separated from so many of the limitations that you have when you're doing a gasoline-powered car. We can imagine something completely different here. And he talked about the what we now know is the GT. He says, we're going to make a car that will just stick to the road, accelerate like crazy. Again, we say 3.5. I believe that's a little conservative.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. And it's got Biermann's magic in it. And so I think that's what's going to be fantastic about this. This is not an electric car as a utility appliance to get you up and down the road efficiently, quietly, without going to the gas station. Those are all great things about electric cars. Don't get me wrong. But this is going to be a driver's electric car. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think a lot of us, I know Les and I have discussed this, we're worried that electric cars would become appliances. They're all the same. And this business is built on style, it's built on design, and it's built on performance and fun. And to take that all out of it, it'd be like, we'll just have model A and B, right?
Well, yeah, but I think here, we're at such a transitional moment. I really can't say it enough. We're living history right now. It's like the moment between horse-drawn carriages and the first gasoline-powered cars. You look back on that and you think, wow, that must have been a crazy time. Well, folks, we're living one right now. It's going to electric. And so, Fred, to your point, I think that there will be the kind of spectrum of electrified vehicles available. There will be the simple up and down the road kind of vehicle you give your high school student in the house to get back and forth to school. Just something simple, safe, not high power, and just do it efficiently. And then there'll be things like the EV6 and beyond that take advantage of the what electrified platforms can do, and really amplify that. And so I think it's going to be just like we see with gasoline powered cars today, a whole spectrum of choice. We at Kia we're intending to be on the fun side of it.
You've got so many high-tech features in this car, and we have so little time to talk about it. But some of the things that I was noticing, the smart watch, which is a really great idea. It's a neat name. Just all all the things you built into the software, you must have had an interesting committee of designers and people inputting this. Hey, well, if we can do that, maybe we can go do this too, and on and on.
Yeah, but as we said in the first segment, I think it's important to keep in mind that the way Kia does this stuff is we only do it if it is simple to use and it's comfortable to use. Because just throwing crazy new technology and software updates and things you can do, but they're not used. People feel like they bought it and it was just an add-on that cost them another $1,000. That's not the way we do this here. We like to have things that are just make your life. Let's just say every time you use a Kia vehicle, you should be able to look around it and use every feature and every function and be pleased with your purchase. That's the trick. And a lot of cars right now, if you look at JD Power scoring, people say, wow, yeah, this thing is really high tech, but half of it I can't figure out. So that reduces that that kills your satisfaction scoring right there.
Yeah,
and Kia wins those battles. So we're pretty pleased about that.
Yeah, infotainment is one of the biggest things. Neighbors always come up, I like my vehicle, but I can't figure out how to use it, and I get frustrated. And my view is, if I can just get in the car or press vehicle and I can operate everything without opening the manual, then it's pretty good.
Then yes.
But sometimes
maybe
I have
it's
to
not...
open the manual. It's like, what is that? What is that control for? But let's talk about charging, because you're going to have the world's first 800-volt multi-charging architecture. And the takeaway from that is from 10% to 80% charge, up to 210 miles of range in under 18 minutes, which means you still have some time left over to order dessert, wouldn't you?
There you go. Oh, I like your style, sir. It's the idea of, almost, how do I say, almost being like stopping at the gas station environment, where, you pull up, you hit the charging, you relax in the chair and, get some emails sent off, go to the restroom, get a coffee, just kind of hang out for a little bit, which, by the way, is probably good for our mental health anyway, just to slow down and
for physical
kind of
health
take
too,
in the day a little.
Just get a stretch.
Yeah. Yep. And so, to be able to get about 200 miles of charge in that space, that's going to get the job done. And with new infrastructure legislation that's being discussed in Washington, there's it's being kind of aimed for that by the year 2030. They want to have nearly as many charging stations as there are currently gasoline stations. Wow. So the idea of, now, and having said that, I personally believe that people who get an electric car are going to do a vast majority of their charging at home. Mm-hmm. Now, I understand some people live in apartment buildings that isn't allowed, or townhomes that don't have a common parking area, and you can't do it. So I understand why there has to be that infrastructure out there. But I do believe the majority of folks, especially the early adopters, will be charging at home. And that is such a glorious thing too. How many times have you come home from your day and you look at the gas gauge and you think, I should have got gas. That's okay. I'll get it on my way out tomorrow morning. Mm-hmm. And then the next morning you're running a little bit late and things happen and you jump in the car and you think, I got to go get gas first. I don't have time for this. Blood pressure goes up. Not good for us.
And it's
when
raining.
You have an electric car at home, you hit that charger overnight, you come out in the morning, full tank, so to speak.
Yeah.
So that's a very luxurious feature.
Also, I think we have to get used to kind of like a cell phone. You just kind of top it off when you can, where, a lot of us with gas tanks will always want it filled, but you can just top it off as you go. Like, hey, I'm stopping for a meeting here. I can hit the charger for a couple hours.
Exactly right. It's going to be a whole new world, my friends.
Well, James, I'm sure we will have you back, James Bell from Kia, because there's a lot going on at Kia. We appreciate you joining us on Cruise Control. If they want info on the EV6, where should they go?
Super simple, kia.com. It's the first thing you see when you go there.
All right. Time for me to say I'm Fred Staub.
I'm Les Jackson.
We'll see you down the road.
Bye.